welcome everybody to round 5, the halfway point of the Endurance for Amateurs season here. And where else but Road America is this going to take place? Now, we have a nice, decently sized field here tonight. 44 cars are about to take on, now it's 45 cars are about to take on Road America. And joining me to commentate on this race is Zach Purcell. How you doing, Zach?
Oh, I'm doing really good. This will be another fun race to watch. It's a really racy track, one that's not too overly difficult, but will still provide plenty of challenge and lots of opportunities for some passing in multiple spots on this track.
Yeah, I am very, very excited to watch this, and I think it'll pan out to be quite a fun race. We've seen many good races here in the past seasons that we've been, so I don't think we'll expect anything different here tonight.
Yeah, one thing I'm surprised to see already is how much Terry Calger is ahead. Right now he's nearly half a second up on Adrian Garcia-Vigil in second. And what's extra surprising about that is that during that entire practice session, it was extremely close among the top 5. Terry ended up coming out on top with a 152.4 at the end of the practice session, but he's 0.4 faster than that. And the guys that were right behind him were Tyler Langenberg, Don McCloy, Chris Richards, and Adrian Vigil. And the majority of those names I just mentioned, we don't even see there. Don McCloy's there in 8th. Langenberg's currently in 12th. Chris Richards in 10th. So I don't know what changed between practice and qual, but Terry got faster, and all the guys that were right next to him fell way back.
Yeah, this might be his return to form tonight. But like you said, they were about 4/100ths of a second apart at the top of the timing table in practice. So really, really close. Obviously not quite as close now, but we'll have to keep an eye on them in the race, because we have seen some people that have qualified lower and they come way back up in the middle of the race. I know Tyler Langenberg, he's usually down in 6th or 7th and ends up in 2nd. That was last season. Of course, this season he's been on a roll with starting up front and dominating from there. But we'll have to keep an eye on him and see how he can do over the course of this race. And Nick Paletti now is on pole for GTD Pro, provisional pole, with about 2.5 minutes to go. He is, I believe, 2nd in the standings. And
He's third.
He's third. All right. Paul Boyle, who's been dominating this season, is only 0.029. So just about 3/100ths of a second behind him.
So Paul's actually in 2nd in the standings because of the poor Daytona he had. Claybaugh is actually the one leading right now.
Oh, boy. All right, so it'll be a nice battle out there in front in GTD Pro, a smaller class, but it's also a smaller class in real life. So, I think it'll be quite a fun one here. Keep an eye on those battles. And then down in GTD AM, we've got Keith Roycroft following Daniel Real by about 0.2. And Keith has a win this season. Does Daniel? I do not believe he does. So
No.
Maybe Daniel Real can convert that into a win.
Yeah, Real has a lot to gain. He's currently in 11th place in the championship. That's a lot of spots he can gain. Keith Roycroft, as you just mentioned, he's in 2nd, so he has more to lose. Travis Bell is, of course, leading the championship for GTDM this season. He's up by 13 points on Keith Roycroft already, but he's back there in 6th, so he needs to make up some spots to not lose too much ground on that championship lead. It's certainly not as close as GTD Pro is, where all the top 3 guys are within 3 points.
Yeah, it's certainly not as close, but we do know that Travis Bell is a very skilled driver. I just want to take a moment here and appreciate his paint here tonight. Of course, I'm always going to have to call him Trevor. Not intentionally, but it happens. But if we take a look there, his paint is slathered with Travis. Travis with
A
an
reminder for
asterisk.
you.
Yes, my name is Travis there on the back bumper. So hopefully I will refrain from calling him Trevor
As you say
tonight.
that, look at that lap by Terry with the time running out. 7/10 ahead. That's insane.
There he is in the pit lane now. But yeah, he has increased that lead. And Adrian Garcia-Vigil and Patrick Ripley are pretty close together, but they're not close at all to Terry Cowger Jr.
Yeah, that was, I mean, he was already ahead by a lot, but man, that's wild to see. Yeah, this is Patrick's only second race of the year. He was at Hockenheim, and I know he had an incident at some point early in that race, so hopefully we see him up at the front of this race and finish now. Obviously, a guy's very busy in real life with real racing stuff, so he can't make most of these races.
Yeah, Patrick just last weekend was down in Daytona being part of a real-life race team. Not driving, but being a mechanic engineer for one of the Daytona Roar teams, Daytona 24 teams. So he's somewhat accustomed to racing.
Let's see if Langenberg has anything to add on top of his qualifying performance here. He's definitely got some ground to make up if he does start here in 12th. A lot of strong guys that are going to be in front of him, so he does have the chance of putting in a good lap here, and hopefully he's able to do that to catch up to the front, because it kind of looks like Terry's gonna maybe fly away at the start of this race.
Yeah, definitely uncharacteristic here for Tyler to be so low, but a lot of factors can play into that. Traffic, coming in late, anything. I'm not sure if any of these really apply to him, but it's definitely a possibility that he wasn't able to get a great lap in just yet.
I think we'll see lots of carnage as well in this race. Lots of places to understeer, go out to the grass, lose a lot of time. So there's a lot that can happen in this race to gain some spots other than just pace. So it's certainly not over if he isn't able to improve his qualifying here at the line.
Yeah, lots of yellow sectors, 2 green ones though, so let's see. Unfortunately, oh, never mind. So it's
they're yellow because your thing is like
yes, the time is accelerated.
Yeah.
But yeah, that puts him up to 6th place for Tyler Langenberg. So like I said, we've seen him start down in 6th, and we've seen him work his way back up. Although over a second off of pole sitter Terry Cowger Jr.
Yeah, after Terry, it's very close between everybody. So he's pulled away a huge gap, but that LMP2 field is very, very close. I mean, with just within like a second and a half is basically the entire field.
Yeah, it really is. It's very, very tight. Not like LMP3 that we saw at Daytona, the 24, where it was about 11 laps from 1st to 2nd by the end of the race.
This is a long lap too, so it's even more impressive to be that close.
Yes, it is. But here comes our gridding procedure. So let's take a look at our grid. Terry Cowger Jr. takes pole by about 3/4 of a second over Adrian Garcia Vahil, and then Patrick Ripley, Chris Newby, Paul Skip, Tyler Langenberg, Nick Terrell, Andrew Neri, Mark Dillon Jr., Don McCloy, Owen McLaughlin, Chris Richards.
And following those guys, we have Brad McCombs, Zach Nurnberger, and Paul Wildridge. Nicholas Paletti puts it on pole for GTD Pro, followed by Paul Boyle, and Daniel Real there on pole for GTD AM. Keith Roycroft follows him with James Foreman behind that, Jeff McDonald, Aaron Claybaugh, Richard Curry, and Steve Kube.
And then Travis Bell, not Trevor, Donovan Johnston, Stephen Shepard, John Kelly, Jonathan Webb, Daniel Hingley, Christopher Craig, Dustin Dos Valles, Daniel Barnett, Angel Jurena, Craig Willis, and Eric Jacobs.
And lastly, we have James Kingsbury, Rick Hughes, Leonardo Elijah, Mark Gonzalez, Dan Coleman, Atticus Middleton, Trevor Dyer, Jeremy Barber, and Michael De La Sala.
Okay, so 45 cars. That's quite a field, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, another big turnout here. So it'll give the LMP2s some challenge making their way through the field. It is pretty wide, but there are some parts in this track that you don't really want to get stuck behind a slow car.
There definitely are, and I think we'll see a few instances of that tonight, but hopefully it shouldn't be too bad. So, just a few more cars need to make it to the grid. And
full pace lap too.
There it is. The pace car is going to lead all 45 cars. Looks 36 have gridded. I think a few of them are going to start it from the pits. And single file, no passing until after turn 1.
Yeah, I don't see anybody that's not in the session. So yeah, it must be people looking to start from the pits in this race.
Can't blame them. It is a very scary first 2 turns, especially on cold tires. But
I'm not seeing. Dan Royale didn't take to the track. Dan Royale was on pole for GTD AM, and he didn't take to the track among a number of other names, but that's the most surprising one for sure.
Yeah, Daniel Royale down 18 spots. That could be a classic case of the run to the bathroom before the race starts, and you just didn't make it back in time.
Yeah, if that was a decision, that's interesting to me. But we will probably see a scary little, accordion effect in the final corner. I'm kind of watching this field here, and I've already seen some close calls back in the back of the GT3 field as a 45 car single file line, kind of collapses in some of these corners.
Yeah, it's definitely a big field, and going through single file, they do spread the track very nicely. If we take a look, that is how long that lineup is there, and that's only 35 cars. So a long pace lap here. Nice, give us a chance to get acclimated to the whole track, as Terry Cowger Jr. is following that pace car around. This is one of my favorite turns up here. Nice, fast, not super fast, but flowy left-hander that leads into the carousel.
Yeah, it's fun. You barely brake. You really use that inside camber. That's why it's tough to, if you get past there, if you're on the outside, it's really tough to kind of maintain any speed. And then, yeah, the carousel here, I don't know if there's any turn that feels as long as this turn. It feels like you almost loop back on yourself. That's how long it takes.
It definitely feels very long. There is the man, the myth, the legend, Terry Cowger Jr., as he warms up his tires. And let's take a look here. That is the wonderful Doge Squad's outfit of Nick Paletti. He's got the helmet, he's got the glasses, and of course the rainbows on his suit. I'm sure Paul Boyle is sporting something very similar. Yes, he is.
I didn't even know you could do anything on the visor.
Yeah, we're learning stuff every day. And then Aaron Claybaugh again, another wonderful rainbow on that suit. All different colors for the Doge Squad boys.
I'm still not even seeing Dan Royale's car in the pit lane, so I just wonder if he had some sort of connection issue. I mean, I don't see him out of the session. I just don't see the car active. I mean, I guess we still do have a little bit before the front of the car gets back. I don't know. Actually, it's coming about right now. Never mind.
Well, we'll have to take a look. That's what pit lane looks like. There he is. He's on track right now.
Right when I said it.
Terry Cowger Jr. is going to have control of this field momentarily, and it's going to be his field to control. See him coming up just there, and they'll see the green flag momentarily, and off they go. There's the green flag. No passing until after turn 1. So Terry Cowger Jr., no threat. He can take a sweet time, but he doesn't want to compromise his exit because they will be able to pass him once he's through this corner here.
Just Vice already went off track there, was able to save it.
Yes, a little bit of an off track. That's not going to be a great way to start your race because we do have an incident point cap. But other than that, it's not a huge deal. So, not too bad across the whole field. We have a total of, seems everybody made it to the track. Just starting from the pit lane.
Some weird stuff was happening at the back of that GT3. Matt wrecks all over the place. Something, I don't know why James Kingsbury, his car was just going really, really slow. Leonardo Elijah crashed. Trevor Dyer crashed. Dane Coleman. A lot of people in the back of that GT3 field got involved.
Oh boy, so some drama there at the back. Michael Della Sala already towing to the pits after some sort of incident. And then Jeremy Barber and James Kingsbury.
Some huge wrecks.
We'll have to take a look at that in just a moment. But out front right now, Terry Calgary Jr. is leading that pack away as Tyler Langenberg is up into 5th as well from he started in 6th. Brad McCombs is on the hunt against Chris Richards right now, hoping he can use that slipstream and make something happen into this nice hard braking of the right-hander turn, but he's going to back off. It's lap 1, and any lap 1 penalties, I should add, or lap 1 incidents are punishable by a penalty.
There were a couple incidents there at the line. Something's going to happen. I have no idea what happened. I looked at it from totally different viewpoints. I could not make sense of what happened in the slightest, but get back to you later if I figure something out.
There goes Patrick Ripley in his beautiful LMP2 car there with his singular stripe. I made that paint, by the way. And he makes the overtake on Adrian Garcia Vahil. So nicely done. Gets through nice and easily.
Yeah, the LMP2 field staying very close at the start of this race for sure. No really large gaps that we're seeing other than really the leader and then Nick Terrell to Tyler Langenberg right now.
Yeah, there goes Don McCloy getting past Mark Dillon Jr. That's for P9 there. And there was no contest by Mark Dillon Jr.
Yeah, Don McCloy definitely qualified out of position. He was really fast in the practice session and just didn't really put up a really high time that some of the other guys around did, but he clearly has the pace, already made up one position, and a few of the other guys in LMP2 have as well, but we'll see how far up he can make his way up the field, because I think that he can definitely be a guy we see in the top 5 at the end of this.
All right, so I'm hearing that there's a big checkup in turn 1. We're going to have to take a look at this right now. If we, uh-oh. I'm not seeing much here. They might have been deloaded.
He's in the pits.
Well, this is the replay of the incident, but they might have been unloaded for this.
Yeah, it wasn't just a checkup in turn 1. I mean, it was literally at the finish line. Cars were like not moving. It was bizarre. I don't know what was the impetus to it, but something happened, something weird. It was more than just a normal checkup.
Well, it's gonna send a few people to the pits then. Trevor Dyer, Mark Gonzalez, among them, sent to the pits. There we see one of them re-entering. I believe that's Trevor with the the cigarette BMW.
Oh, look at that.
There he is, as Andrew Neri sneaks by him through turn 2.
Yeah, he was he goes wide, Trevor Dyer there. Yeah, he's one of the drivers involved in that lap 0 incident.
Yes, he was. As he just made it back out, he got sent into the grass, but fortunately it didn't look too bad.
All Boyle all over the back of Nick Paletti right now. He just put in a faster lap than Paletti was able to do. Certainly the draft helping him a little bit, but they are very close to each other. Again, with differing cars, Paletti driving the Audi for the first time this season.
Yeah, it's definitely not as popular as it was last season. Patrick Ripley, Ryan Glover, they were all regularly sporting the Audi, but it's interesting, always interesting to see the
sitting down the inside.
See the Doge Squad boys.
Oh, he gets in the grass. He loses some momentum.
Oh, boy. Oh, and that's in the background. That's the 13
Keith.
car. That is Keith Roycroft is right here, but the 13 car back there, that's the Audi of Jeff McDonald that spun, and he's now losing some spots.
Oh, no. Yeah, looked like he was able to recover without any damage, but now he's just mired in this big pack. As Dale Hingley right behind nearly loses it. This is getting spicy all across the field.
Yeah, we did mention that it would be a little bit sketchy, few incidents. It's not the easiest track, and I think we're starting to see a little bit of that play out.
Paletti's lucky to be able to stay ahead through there. Certainly looked like Paul Boyle had his number, but he cut inside too much and got in the grass and kind of unsettled the car, so Paletti was able to keep keep first place. But Keith Roycroft definitely getting involved in there, wanting to put his name among some of the other guys in the AM class that we've seen this season, beating all of the pros.
Yeah, he's I mean, we've only seen it done once, the overall win by Travis Bell, but Keith Roycroft, he's got some good pace out there tonight. Maybe he can make it happen.
And the draft looks really strong down that straight there. Tyler Langenberg crashes with Chris Newby.
Let's see if we can find that there.
And then Newby crashed with Skip. Oh, this is a rough last few corners for Newby here.
So that's Nary going into Newby.
Skip. Newby was the one on the inside going slowly. That's Nary there, though.
Nary, yes, in the orange and black car. That looks like that's who collided with Newby there, but always not a lot of fun when there is contact, because it will, of course, put a little bit of a change on your race. But take another look at that. There's Newby going around. Langenberg taps him as well. Terrell is able to get around first, and then Paul Skip. Oh, yes, okay. So I was looking at it wrong. It does make contact with Newby.
Yeah, that one there is on Paul. I mean, it was kind of a hornet's nest of traffic there for sure, but I mean, nowhere that he could go. He had to be there on the inside the whole time.
He did indeed, and just a little racing incident, and no super duper harm. Newby's still there driving around with that pack there, but look how tight this is. Chris Richards following Don McCloy as he weaves down the straight there. And let's take a look into turn one. McCloy's on the outside, and Richards is on the inside. They keep it even through the turn, and Richards is going to back out for turn two. He knows the slipstream is powerful. Let's see if he can do anything with it on the way down to turn three.
Ooh, and McCloy wide.
Alrighty, so he's got that slipstream going for him, and it's not going to be enough, it doesn't look like, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah, that's surprising. It seemed like he got a better drive after we saw McCloy's car kind of step out in the rear, but it looks like he still was able to get that power down.
Look how close that was, though, for Angel there, as we cut to him. Right on the bumper of Daniel Barnett, but luckily keeps it clean.
I just saw an incident that I wanted to bring attention to later, but we've already seen one here now. Leonard Elijah goes into the pits last lap, and he misses his pit box. He can't see where he's supposed to pit, and that's because in this track, a lot of people are going to be sharing pit stalls, and I don't think he's going to be the only person who gets confused coming into the pits and misses his stall. So especially when there's a lot of cars, everyone's pitting on one lap, pay attention to that, because I think we'll see a couple mistakes at least.
Yeah, for sure. I remember actually the first race that I commentated for Pony Express, and I was doing it remotely. Terry Calgary Jr. had a lot of issue with getting into his pit box, and that cost him the win and a lot of time. So getting into that pit box and not going to the wrong one, finding it, is going to be super crucial here tonight.
At least on track, he's definitely not struggling today. He's got 2.5 seconds to Ripley behind. His last lap was 0.2 faster. Looking really strong at the front. No shocker there, of course. But Patrick Ripley doing well still to be there in second, up one from where he started in third behind Vihil.
Yeah, that 9 car is truly in his natural habitat. As last season, always up there, and this season, not quite as much, but he's returning to that form right now.
Yeah, definitely trying to make up for some races that I'm sure he wished had gone a little bit better.
Oh, wait, never mind. I thought Patrick Ripley was going around there into the wall, but there's actually a turn there. Thought there was a little bit more straight than that.
Oh man, I just saw it. Richard Curry went wide in the kink. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, Richard Curry crashed actually in the kink.
Oh, boy, let's see if we can take a look at that.
Oh, so stressful to watch. There's so many people that come so close to hitting him. But wow, yeah, that was a shocking incident there. Trevor Dyer was kind of just trying to let people by, but you can't let people by in the kink, So a little bit of net code involved there as well. But Curry took a pretty big shut there and obviously has to come straight into the pits with a meatball.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't see any info about that crash to replay it, but we could see his
Gave me a
car
few
is
heart
damaged.
attacks, I'll tell you that much.
There's Kube going off for a little bit of a joyride in the grass, but it's not going to cause him too much harm other than some lost time.
Kube was actually one of the guys that was lucky to avoid that derelict Curry car that was there in the middle of the road in the most dangerous part of the track to have a car damaged or turned around.
Here goes John Kelly up the inside of a very tight left-hander on Jonathan Webb in the
Tough to pass there.
The Vasser Sullivan painted Mercedes. I love that livery, although Tyler Watts would not agree. But nicely committed to, because it's a scary corner, so you really got to put your foot in the door, and John Kelly did just that. That's Paul Wildridge, though, and that is not putting your foot in the door. That is going off track. And
lucky to save it from the wall there, though.
yeah, no wall for him, but it's definitely going to cost him a lot of time.
Certainly a better outcome than the unfortunate incident he had last week at Monza with his teammate, where that certainly hurt. But yeah, John Kelly, like you just mentioned, he's doing well. He's up 5. Well, actually, a lot of the guys in that midfield are up 5, and actually he's under attack right now as I speak from Jonathan Webb. Webb's getting back out. But that is these guys are close. These all. Oh, and Kelly goes wide. Ooh.
Oh boy!
But all these guys are up 5+ positions around here. It's very impressive.
Yeah, it's all getting a little bit heated in this little pack there. You can see in the background as well as Angel in that Ferrari, that blue Ferrari there. So
Jonathan Webb backed out, and he's going to leave himself under
there
attack
goes
by Craig. Craig's going around the outside.
Craig wants 2. Can you get past John Kelly? They're side by side into turn 1. That inside line does help a lot. And now he needs to hold it into turn 2.
Oh, and now Webb's going to get him back.
And now Webb going for it as well. And
Not
Webb
over
can't
yet.
get it done. But the slipstream is powerful. We've seen it before. Let's see what Webb can do with it. Here he goes.
Oh, he backs out again.
He's backing out. Interesting.
He had that. Yeah, he definitely had the speed to get there and make a move down the inside. But it is a long race, to be fair. But he definitely could have done it. I root for him to have done something there.
Yeah, I think it would have been...
is that Patrick Ripley ahead of Terry Cogger Jr. now?
That is. So that may be...
This traffic is insane up in front of them.
Yeah, traffic doing a little bit of a job for Patrick Ripley there. Let's see if we can find that and see that pass happen. So here they go, down into that sharp left-hander. Nicely done on the brakes from Patrick, and he drives through very nicely.
Yeah, Terry caught the GT3 traffic going into turn 2 at the absolute worst possible time. Had to really let up, and Ripley was able to send it full speed through there. Really well done on the brakes to attempt to keep that position for Terry going into that corner, but Ripley just had way too much momentum.
Yeah, Ripley was blazing fast. You can see him. He's built a little bit of a gap now. Not huge, but about 2.25 seconds, especially with that GT3 traffic that Terry was catching going up to the Big Bend. And it's worked out nicely for Patrick. But look at these guys. This is from 6th all the way to, I believe that's 10th. A big, even 5th involved in here. That's a big group of LMP2 cars going down the main straight. Everybody's in the slipstream. Everybody's got somebody to follow and somebody they're looking to get past.
Yeah, the GT3s can't even battle each other if they get out of the way. LMP2 is just trying to choose a good draft
and
partner.
there goes...
There he loses a position here.
There goes Richards on Nary and that
Why'd
GT3.
he go behind the GT3? That's my question.
Oh, no. Don McCloy's looking to take it on Nary, too, and he gets it.
Why'd he go there?
Oh, my. Okay, so Nary, our biggest loser from that little chaotic mess down the front straight. and he's going to lose a few spots going into the
He'll be able to get one back here, though.
turn one. Can Neri make the pass happen? Don McCloy on the outside in the Martini LMP2. He's ahead, and he's got the momentum.
Yeah, he's got to move.
Oh boy, that's pretty late of a move there from McCloy. Luckily, nothing bad comes out of it, but a little bit scary, I'm sure.
I can tell you right now, there's some people hurting their tires more than others.
There definitely are. That is for sure. We got to think about that. Now, you can take tires at every pit stop, but it is a 45
3 wide in the carousel.
Oh my, they
Where
are.
did he even go? Wildridge doesn't know where to go. Real can't move. If he moved, it would be more dangerous.
Endless
and they
action
finally
here.
sorted out.
Wow. This is great. But yeah, the tires.
Oh, the heel in Canada corner crashed.
Oh no. The heel, there he is. We can see him rejoining up further, who was in second or in third, and now is down to 6th place. But he's gonna add to the LMP2 cars in this battle if we didn't already have enough of them.
Yeah, it was a send from too far back on some GT3 traffic. It just really had the GT3 really had no chance of seeing him coming from how far back he came. It was kind of minor collision, but you can see the effect that had on his race now, vying for a podium position, and now he's back in this pack.
Yeah, and there we see Chris Richards going for the move on him. If he can catch up a little bit more, it'll be as good as done, because Chris Richards is blazing right now. Chris Newby, that is Zach Nurnberger in front of him that he's trying to chase down. And unfortunately has a little bit of GT3 traffic through turn 2, and that's going to really back him off for the straight.
I have an interesting little story update here to pay attention to with this GTD Pro battle right now. We saw Aaron Claybaugh qualify, I mean, just to be frank, quite a bit off the pace of his teammates Paletti Boyle. However, looking at the last 5 laps, he was actually faster on average than both those guys. He's just a couple seconds back from Boyle there, who's right on Paletti. Paletti averaged last 5 2:05.7. Boyle was a 2:05.75, and then Claybaugh was a 2:05.59. So he's a little bit faster and has certainly seemed to catch up to the pace of those guys already.
Yeah, so good to keep in mind. Claybaugh is not out of this fight by any means.
And he's the leader of the championship for GTD Pro currently, just by he has a win, and he's been very consistent as well. His worst race, I mean, he only got like 4th.
Yeah, so we'll have to keep an eye on him, see if that gap closes anymore. But
ooh, that was a little sketch there. Yeah. That's not a good place to pass. It's tough. You have to, but Thunder Valley there is rough.
Oh no, going for the move on Jonathan Webb, and the door just closes. And Chris Richards has a nice little meeting with Barry R there. Luckily a professional one, so no hands were thrown.
Pits. Wheels
it's gonna mess up his steering just a little bit. There goes Don McCloy there. That's Steven Shepard in the BMW that he's driving around there. So
these are the kind of areas where you much prefer to catch some traffic in these first couple turns.
Yes, for sure. A lot more wide, a lot less, tight.
Yeah, I'm looking at Tyler Langenberg. He's made up 3 spots, but he's got some damage to the front left of the car. It's not obviously enough to require to bring him into the pits, but it doesn't. I mean, that's a hefty little shunt that he had. The tire is not 100% perfect, that's for sure. So I wonder what kind of effect this is having on his pace.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see it over the course of the stint. But Don McCloy gets ahead of Travis Bell before Andrew Neri can, and Andrew Neri has to follow him through the corner and lose a little bit more time on McCloy.
Christopher Craig has a meatball from what I can see. I'm struggling to see where the damage is on his car. He's definitely driving slowly, but I cannot, for the life of me, figure out what's wrong with it.
Well, we had a little incident there with Jeremy Barber and Daniel Hingley. They both went off track, but is it possible he was caught up in that?
It has to have been some reason. His car looks. I mean, the driving looks rough. But I can't see what's wrong. I don't know how you would have got a meatball. So I'll have to try to figure out where that's from. But it's unfortunate for him if my graphic there is correct.
So how about this? Classic Nick Terrell and Tyler Langenberg bump drafting strategies.
Yeah, you knew he was lying when he said he had said that this was the strategy. No games, just pure push. And I knew that was not going to be true. There was going to be bump drafting with somebody from Nick Terrell during this race.
Well, what do you think push means? He's pushing him down the straight.
Good point. Good point. It was a secret coded message.
He's now talking to us in Morse code. Oh, big slide for Tyler Langenberg there. Trying to get on the power, just a little bit too hefty with it, and his whole rear steps out, but luckily he's able to correct it in time.
Well, yeah, and it's the front left that's damage on that, and that was a left-hand turn there, so I just don't know if that's just giving a little bit of instability to the car as well.
It's very possible. A shout-out to Mac Johnson in our chat. How you doing, buddy? But that is a very interesting painted car there. Donovan Johnston. He's in a BMW opposed to his usual Lambo, and that's like, what is that, Steven Universe reference or?
I don't know. I can tell you. Oh no, that's Jinx from Pokemon there.
Ah, yeah, I've never done Pokemon.
But I can tell you that threw me for a loop because Jeremy Barber is in the Lambo Calrissian. I thought that was him the entire time. I've been seeing him on track, but so he's using Donovan Johnston's paint. But Donovan Johnston doing really well to be running there in fourth. I mean, he qualified well. He's only up 5 spots, so he's passing his paint right there.
There he is.
As we see Donovan go through, but really good race for Donovan Johnston so far. I think that if he were to finish here, this would be his best race so far in the league. Yeah,
and following Chris Richards pitting from his little incident, and Paul Wildridge also in the pits.
Yeah, Paletti and Claybaugh both as well.
Now they're going into the pits there, Donovan Johnson and Travis Bell. Is this a scheduled time already?
Well, yeah, it's been 23 minutes, so it's not all the way, I wouldn't think. But they are in that half tank, so less than we saw at Daytona, Monza, and Le Mans. So this is like the normal fuel setup, which is less than we've seen for most of the races so far this season.
It's definitely around the same time. You know, it's usually about the 27-minute mark, if I remember correctly. So 23, 24 minutes. It seems way early to me, but I guess.
I mean, yeah, obviously Paul Boyle was able to go another lap here, so we're going to see him go. And it is a long lap as well, so that would affect, being able to stretch it to another lap or not.
It definitely will. That's our leader there, Patrick Ripley, in the white and green LMP2, getting by Christopher Craig. Ooh, and Christopher Craig going a little bit into the dirt. That's going to spin him. Oh, that's Terry Calver Jr.
Terry.
as well. Oh,
Nothing
no.
he could do. No damage, at least. He is back going. Just got passed by Tyler Langenberg and Nick Terrell. He's trying to accelerate here with some dust on the tires.
Oh, no. So he saw Christopher Craig looped it around, trying to correct it, and he just gets a little bit too much there on that steering.
It's good as he could have done.
But unfortunately, he loses some positions. No damage is the big kicker from it, though. So he'll be able to drive away from it with a clean car.
Craig just catching the grass on the entry to that corner. It wasn't lost under the braking or the steering or anything. Just got in the grass on the way in, which is easy to do on a couple of these corners because there's not a lot of entry curbs. There's the apex curbs, but entry curbs there's not. It's not super common on this track.
Yeah, and for when you want to use all the track, you really got to be over there.
Oh, Johnston goes off. He's lucky he'll be okay, but yeah, he went off deep there.
Here's Johnston
in the carousel. Again, another person. The barriers are really far away on this track. We see a lot of going off without getting any damage, but He unfortunately loses Travis Bell in front of him now.
Well, losing the spot is okay, but we don't want to lose the car in a damaged way. So, luckily for him, he's all right.
Yeah, despite this being a long track.
Oh, there's McCloy off in the background.
Lumi.
Again, saving it, but just got a little bit too hot to handle there with the 3 cars and ended up poorly. That Skip almost hip checking him.
Oh, it was, yeah, that's what it was. It wasn't McCloy's fault. It was a twitch by Skip to the side of him and just collided. Racing incident, but I mean, McCloy did collide with the wall technically, but it looks like he got away with nothing bad to the car.
Minimal damage, at least, for Mr. McCloy.
Dan Coleman, currently, I think Dan Coleman may have been speeding in the pits. He's got a black flag, and it's not from incident count. So I think when he came into the pits, he's in the pits right now. He may have broken a rule. Oh, I think he reversed too much. He missed his pit box. Like I said, we would see some other people. I think he reversed too much and got a penalty from it.
Yeah, we've seen that in the past. And we've also seen, I think you can get disqualified if you go way too far. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. I know we got, was it John Kelly or Jeff McDonald? One of the two got DQ'd at Daytona for going off in the International Horseshoe and accidentally going the wrong way.
Yeah.
So iRacing is not light with their DQs.
With that unfortunate incident that Terry was involved in there, I mean, Ripley's just running away with it right now. A 7-second gap. And, I mean, he's not, on the last lap, Tyler Langenberg was the fastest on track with a 54.2. But still, over the average over the last 5, Ripley is right about up there. He's a 54.202 as an average over the last 5. Very impressive, given that he had a little bit of a slower final lap there.
Yeah, really good to see Patrick Ripley back out in front. We haven't seen him this dominant since round 1 of last season, season 6. So nice to see for a little bit of a change. If we want to take a look here, that's Patrick Ripley right there. Tyler Langenberg, all the way. He's just now coming up to the plateau of the main straight. Don McCloy. That's Don McCloy getting a little bit caught up there.
He didn't see him at all.
That is the 6th place car, I believe, of Foreman.
Another new paint, huh?
No, not Foreman.
Oh, that's not what Foreman looks like on mine there.
Kube? No.
Not Kube. Let's see. It was
Willis.
Craig Willis.
So that's what happened with Don McCloy. A little bit of contact with Mr. Willis, and unfortunately that is going to give him a little bit of a jumble, but he's still out there driving around, so not too bad.
Chloe needed to set that up for the straight. There's no need to try to just send it there in that final corner. I know Neri was kind of close to him behind, but just a little bit impatient there.
For sure. Oh, I love the sound of these cars with these static angles. But we're a little bit spread out now following the GTD pit stops. But these two certainly are not. This is Mr. John Kelly looking for a move here on Steven Shepard, who's in 6th place, which I feel that if he finishes here, it might be a career best for Mr. Shepard.
I believe so as well. I'm having a hard time keeping up with the drama. Again, I've got the radio on, and there are a lot of... There's been a lot of incidents here with traffic. A lot of them are just generated by accidents. Sorry, as Nick Terrell there goes into the pits, but It has been hard to keep up with. We are catching as much as we can, but believe me when I say that there's been a lot going on behind the scenes as well.
There definitely has. Now here, John Kelly chasing Steven all the way down the pit straight, but can't manage to make it up. Terry Calgary Jr. kind of inhibited Shepard's exit out of the final turn, so I thought for a second maybe John Kelly would have the speed to get up there, but he'll get past here though as Shepard goes off a little bit. I think Jonathan Webb might get by as well, and on a prayer, Daniel Real as well. He's kind of far back.
Yeah, Real definitely making up spots after starting from the pits. I mean, I don't know. I still don't know if it was the right answer or not, but he is only down 8 now from where he started, which certainly could be worse. But he's made his way up to those names at the front of the AM field, currently 9th in the class.
Yeah, so that's up 10 positions from where he did eventually actually start. Of course, down 8 from where he qualified, but 10 from starting. So, I mean, it's a pretty neutral. Pretty
wide by Curry ahead of this group that we're watching. That's where that smoke came from, some dust.
Yeah, we're getting back to the crazier times. There's lots of different classes, lots of different cars, all finding themselves in one area of the track.
Oh, that was really close between McCloy and Shepard, but Shepard had to keep as much speed as possible. There's a lot of battles going on between classes here.
Here's Real and Shepard. Real's ahead into the corner. Can Shepard fight back? No, he can't. Yeah, a little bit wiggly on the brakes there. A little bit of instability for Shepard, but he manages to hold on to it, and he's all right.
Just a little 0x tap there. But very close coming into the braking zone. I mean, who's not close on the track right now? I mean, other than Patrick, I don't think. Which actually, he's pulled that. He's still got that just sub 7-second gap, and no one else really has that kind of, ability to kind of chill out with as much as he does. I'm interested to see. I barely mentioned there, but Nick Terrell, one of the first guys for the LMP2 to come into the pits. Certainly a tactical decision, because you don't need to come in after just 30 minutes on a full tank, a full fuel tank. So interested to see what his strategy is. Maybe just try to get the short stop done now. But only 3 other LMP2s have made a pit stop, but his was a lot longer than those because they stopped earlier from damage issues, most likely.
Yeah, very interesting to see that pit happen there for Terrell, because you usually don't want to pit that early, but he did, and I guess it's gonna work out for him because right now he is in a nice 11th, and he's not too far. I mean, he's pretty far, but he's not super far back from the rest of the pack.
He also just doesn't have a lot of traffic in front of him as well. I mean, I don't know if it was really possible when you're all alone to really be able to calculate that. That's the kind of thing a team does. So I don't know if that was actually the goal of the plan, but it certainly seemed to work out, because we saw him in some heavy traffic before, and he's in a little more of a calm section of the track right now.
Yeah, we definitely did see a lot of hectic stuff. Now, this is hectic here. Tyler Langham, not Tyler, okay. Paul Wildridge and Zach Nurnberger. Nurnberger's going to stay out in front through the corner, but Wildridge's going to fight back. He's got the inside line for this tight corner. It's going to push Nurnberger out, and they're going to stay in the positions that they came out of the first corner with.
Yeah, both guys on the same fuel strategy. They both already made their pit stop. For Wildridge, it's been 9 laps since he stopped, and for Nurnberger, it's been 4.
Yes, so now just a slight throwback here for the older Pony Express fans. On the side there of Zach Nurnberger's car is the original E4A logo. So nice to see again.
Yeah, we have had no shortage of action for sure in these first 35 minutes or so. We've had all of the GT3s come in for their pits now at this point, but the LMP2s still have some strategy decisions to make. And if I'm looking at the pace up at the front of the field, Tyler Langenberg has now started. He wasn't exactly on the previous lap, but has started to be on average a little quicker than Patrick Ripley, despite the fact that it has actually grown in gap. So maybe he's got the pace, but just individual laps are kind of taking him off the front, off the lead with some, unfortunate traffic management maybe.
We'll have to keep an eye on him, and I know I say that a lot, but actually he's into the pits now, so Tyler Langenberg's going to follow him. It's going to be see who has the best pit entry and
Calgary as
exit.
well.
The Calgary as well into the pit lane. We'll have to keep an eye on them when they come out, but Daniel Real is now sizing up the move on Jonathan Webb, coming down to the final, not final, but later part of the track, and a very, very hard braking zone up to the right. I always mess it up. It's tricky. Nothing happening though.
Skip also elects to stay out, so he will be leading this race until we see him come into the pits next.
Yeah, Newbie is spun around there.
Oh, there was a backwards car that just appeared out of nowhere. It was Atticus Middleton. It spun, but then he blinked. This is the worst possible way for a car to blink out of. He blinks out of existence. You can't see he's there, and then he just appears facing in the middle of the track. That was like a horror movie. There was nothing anyone could do about that.
No, that's the netcode. Netcode giveth, netcode taketh of iRacing. It'll mess you up. There's also times when you're battling for the lead and netcode, he's in the wall. What will I do? Good and bad.
We saw he was not the only one involved as well. So we saw Chris Newby hit him, but then Owen McLaughlin also. Okay, Owen McLaughlin got lucky because he did collide as a 4X, but Newby was midair, and the way that iRacing works is that a midair car, you just drive through it. There is no physics with it, despite still earning the 4X. So he got very lucky there. He came immediately into the pits. I don't know if he was planning on or if he didn't know that he didn't have to, but it definitely could have gone worse for a lot of cars. A lot of cars were able to avoid Atticus while he was visible, but then when he turned invisible, then everything was off the table at that point.
Makes it a little bit harder, doesn't it? It's all right though. We accept that as part of iRacing, sim racing, and we just appreciate that the servers can hold up for our endurance races here. Wink, wink. Anyways,
skipping McCloy into the pits now.
Yes, skipping McCloy in the pits. So we'll see where Patrick Ripley and Tyler Langenberg filter out there. Mark Dillon Jr. also probably about to pit. He's in third place because of the pit cycle, but surely he's going in right now. Off he goes. So the gap about
looks like Don McCloy. We said in his interview last week that he never takes tires. He's not taking tires at this stop. At the very least, his car's staying down. So it worked out well for him last race, finishing his best result in the LMP2 class.
Yeah, but as I was about to say, the gap was about 7.5, 8 seconds to Tyler Langenberg when they came into the pits, and now from Patrick Ripley to Tyler Langenberg, it's about 5 seconds. So Patrick definitely lost a little bit of time there on the outlap or the exit of the pits. And
he was actually in the stop. 3 seconds longer for Ripley on that stop.
Interesting. I wonder what that could be.
Pit lane time was 4 seconds.
All right, so we'll have to see if there's any major strategy changes there. Surely they both took tires, so I don't know.
We know that Tyler Langenberg's great with fuel management, and so if he had to take less fuel, obviously it would take less time in that stop. But it's a lot of time for a first stop. So I think that may be a little bit of strategy as he continues to try to do some fuel saving through this race. But he's got Nick Terrell there right in front of him, and they just swapped positions on this lap.
Uh-oh.
So,
oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, heartbreak for Nick Terrell, and that I think Tyler Langenberg's car is going to be a little bit messed up too. He's just getting it spun around now. Oh no. That was the spun around Ferrari. Oh yeah, he's becoming a missile. Oh my.
I just don't know what that rejoin was.
Time to tow it. Oh no. Yeah, his wheel's a little crooked there. So he's opting to limp it back to the pits as opposed to towing it. Oh no. That is McDonald.
McDonald right in front of you, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that was the spun car of Eric Jacobs there. That I have no idea why. I really don't know why he rejoined the way that he did. He was stopped. He was off the track, and then he like pulled out at the exact time that traffic came. I have no idea what was. I can't explain that. I really don't understand.
So let's take another look.
Really struggling here.
There goes Terrell. He spins, and then just before he disappears, he collects Tyler Langenberg. So really unfortunate.
Terrell, not even the option to limp back. He gets knocked out of the track, instant tow.
And then here's Jeff McDonald in the kink. This is, I'm surprised we haven't seen more deaths here.
Oh, man. Oh, what a hit.
Just following a little bit too close. He gets a little bit loose and then almost takes out Christopher Craig as he comes across the track. We can see in the background Tyler Langenberg might appear in the middle in a minute.
Actual visual damage didn't look that bad.
No, but I'm sure his car is a little bit messed up following that, as that's quite an impact.
I'm not sure what happened to the heel, but he also just retired from the session.
Let's see if we could find out what happened. Paul Wildridge also had some problems. Cost him some time.
I don't think the heel was near that incident of Langenberg and Terrell. Let me see if we can figure out here. I mean, wow, yeah, he's let's see what the incident. His tire. Oh, he just loses it coming out of the carousel, and the wheel literally pops out of the wheel well on that car. He tries his best to limp it back.
Paul Skip making contact with John Kelly. And then he gets it from behind.
Nary, possibly. Yes, that was Nary.
I'd call that Nary. So a little bit of a slip up there. That's going to let Nary and Zach Nuremberger by, as it's a very nice Mercedes. I'm not sure who's piloting it, but I like it. The paint job there. And I should add, Tyler Langenberg lifted that car back to the pits. He did beat Nick Terrell back out on track. They have their fast repair, so that's not a big problem. But Terrell, with his automatic tow, was slower than Langenberg limping it back.
Oh yeah, I was literally saying this exact thing. I think it was last week where I was just saying, like, no matter how bad a damage you've got, if you can limp it back, which again, Nick Terrell didn't have the option. He was launched out of the track. If you can limp it back, it is always faster.
It is faster.
And we saw a slow Tyler Langenberg there. That's for sure.
A very slow Langenberg. I thought he's gonna come across a track by accident and take somebody out. So I was opting for him to tow, but obviously he worked it out. This is
Terry Kiger Jr. crash.
This is not his night anymore. Trying to go up the inside of James Foreman there, and he just catches that curb and it rotates him a little bit too much. Gets on the brakes, not in the wall. Nicely done, but it's going to cost him more time.
Yep, we already saw a couple guys do that, although he has had some pretty important competitors have worse incidents than him already, that's for sure. I mean, he's still there in third place, so he's way off the lead for sure. But third place, and Tyler Langenberg is in 12th. It's not too bad. Patrick Ripley is in first, but he's not a permanent or a full-time competitor. So, as much as we like seeing Patrick race here, as far as these guys who race every week, his result doesn't really matter to them, honestly. Oh, and Daniel Hingley there in the final turn spun out.
Yes, he did. That's a puppet car,
there
looks like, of somebody.
That was Hingley, yeah.
Right. So, coming back to the time now where we've got cars all over the place down the back stretch, the front stretch. I love seeing it, but it is a little bit hectic. And that's Paul Skip there trying to chase down Mr. Zach Nurnberger.
Yeah, Skip was another victim of just that miscommunication that happens on the final corner of this track. The racing line, it's a weird racing line that just kind of sweeps across the front of the apex of it, and the GT3s aren't really looking behind them to expect someone sending it down the inside there. We've already seen that at least 3 times with LMP2s trying to go on the inside there, and the GT3 never sees it coming. That's not what they're looking at. So, I hope we don't see any more, but it's one that's given the faster traffic some problems with trying to figure out their way around.
It definitely has, and faster traffic, we are 5 races in, we're halfway through the season. People are becoming more and more accustomed to the multi-class, the LMP2, where the slower car stays on the racing line, so that's not as much of a problem, but like you mentioned, still a few select corners that do cause problems with it.
Yeah, of course, like you said, the rule is stay on the racing line. Just the interesting thing about it is just that it sweeps across so early that it doesn't give the LMP2s. They have to wait. There's not a way for them to take a different line through it and go around, because the GT3s are on the left, and then before they even get to the apex, they're on the right. So you just got to wait. You can't put your nose in there and try to go in side by side, because they're not looking for you.
They definitely are not, but they probably should be, but it's all right. It's beginner racing, it's amateur racing. This is endurance for amateurs.
So looking at the average
again.
times, yeah.
Look
at the average times for GTD Pro. Aaron Claybaugh has fallen off from the guys in front, but his pace really isn't that far off. I think maybe just a couple laps have kind of undone him with some traffic lapping him, or maybe getting around some lapped GT3 traffic for himself. His average pace is equal to those guys up there, but he's just not able to catch up to them.
Yeah, just can't catch up to him. Claybaugh, who was about 4.9 seconds when we talked about him, I don't know, probably 30 minutes ago, still in that same area, although he just made up about a second as I said that.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a give and take just based on where traffic hits him, but he can see him down the road. It's not enough that it's, discouraging, but he just needs to just try to, there's plenty of time with just even a small pace advantage over, almost an hour to go, that even just a little bit faster, as long as you don't come into any big incidents, you can catch your way up and make it a battle.
Now, I sure hope that 3.2. I sure hope he doesn't catch his way up and make it a battle, because we will not be able to tell the two apart. That's Nick Paletti there in the Audi, and that's Claybaugh in the Audi. And no, we're not showing you just the same picture again. That is, those are matching cars.
And I personally, as a St. Louis native, take offense to their cars as well. So this time I will root for Paul Boyle's KFC, because I refuse to call it Panera Bread as a St. Louis resident.
Well, it's Panera Bread to me, but
St. Louis Bread Co.
I can't call KFC the winner, so I'm gonna root for this man right here, Christopher Craig.
That's so great as well.
Chick-fil-A.
If there's anybody, any St. Louis natives or former residents in watching, leave a comment. You know what I'm talking about with St. Louis Bread Co. But look at, the front up there, the lead that Ripley's got, it's now approaching 11 seconds. A double-digit second lead over Chris Richards in second. Which, Chris Richards, by the way, he's up 10 spots. He started all the way back in 12th. So let's not forget to give him some props here, because he's clearly had a clean race. And he's been fast as well. Even over the last 5 laps, he's actually been faster than Patrick Ripley with an average of a 55.0, with which 50 minutes into this race, halfway into the race, that is flying.
It sure is. Look at Zach Nurburgren.
Hey, there we go. We got a comment, Breadco.
Breadco, Peter Carlton. What's up? All right.
So you gotta be from here to know.
I'm
Or
not
live
from
here at least.
I'm not from St. Louis. I'm about to say unfortunately, but in my case, probably fortunately. That's the 11th place car, though, stopped on the side of the road in the final turn. That is... Who is that? I believe... Oh, that's...
Shepard.
That's Steven Shepard.
Rough. Really tough for him to rejoin you. He's luckily did it safely, but yeah, had to wait.
Yeah, that lost him a lot of time, unfortunately for the Ohio driver. Speaking of locations and being from places, Ohio, what a state. It's quite a state.
So Aaron Claybaugh coming here into the pits. Nick Paletti as well. So Paul Boyle stays out. It's exactly what he did last pit cycle. Went one lap further. So both Paletti and Claybaugh coming in after 13 lap stints, and then James Foreman currently leading the GTD AM field. He comes in with them as well. So it seems like 13 laps is just kind of the generally accepted stint length for the GT3s in this race at the very least.
Yeah, so there's the LMP2s. They're a little bit scattered in terms of pit strategy. And then if we take a look a little bit further down, we can come all the way. Oops. All the way to our GTD friends. And that's what it looks like.
Yeah, a little more consistent there.
For sure. Angel with the 23 laps, obviously. He hasn't done 23 laps on one stint. Just a little inaccuracy in the information, as well as Curry. But they're both making up a spot as we talk about their names, so opposite of the commentator's curse.
So I'm looking at in the pit stops, pretty much equal there between Paletti and Claybaugh. I was wondering if they would be going on any sort of different strategy. They're in the same car, so you would expect the strategies to converge a little bit more than with Paul Boyle, who's in a BMW, although I think that they do a lot of work together, for sure. A lot of practicing together and figuring stuff out, but I know for a fact, you can tell from hearing them when they talk in their interviews and stuff, they are keeping secrets from each other. You know, they share 80% of the information, the other 20% they keep for themselves for the race.
So a little bit of inter-team mystery going on there between Doge Squad, but this is not a mystery that Zach Nurnberger has some wonderful closing speed on Paul Skip, and that's going to be enough to get him through in turn one and into P5.
Yeah, Nurnberger having a really good race, and he had gained a lot of spots last race to make his way up to a great finish, and is going to be backing it up again, although with an actually conventional circuit rather than the Monza kind of NASCAR style thing that we had last week. So a really good showing. He's up 9 spots, so almost as many as Chris Richards is up. But before this race, he was talking about how he was not going to be anywhere close to on pace, and he said, last time I said that, I got a podium. So I mean, in 5th place, I don't know if he'll get to the podium, but he's definitely doing better than he expected coming in.
Yeah, he showed up, and he was about 30 minutes after the practice session started, and he said, well, who needs practice anyways? And now he's in 5th place, so I guess not him.
Yeah, and his pace, it's not just that he's surviving. I mean, like, he has strong pace. The guy in front, Engineering, which he does have a pretty good gap to, 7 seconds or so. His last lap was a 54.4, and Nurnberger's lap was a 54.6. So he's not just randomly there and about to get eaten up by guys who spun behind him or whatever. I mean, he's putting in really good pace. Paul Skip behind his last lap was a 55.1, and we saw Nurnberger get around right after the end of that lap. That is James
That's
Kingsbury.
Paul Wildridge off.
Also that.
Following the incident there of Kingsbury and that wonderful 99X Porsche.
That was actually a different car. I don't know. I didn't catch who exactly that was, but Kingsbury was in the final corner and had to tow.
Oh, all right. Let's see if we can. I believe maybe Coleman. That's Coleman, who's now going to the pits.
Yeah, Coleman just goes a little bit deep in Canada corner. Doesn't really make any big mistake. Just the problem is the cars behind him just don't expect him to beat. They expect him to be through the corner. He had to really slow down to keep himself on track. So I don't really think. I mean, it didn't seem like he got that bad of damage or anything. It all was kind of minor collisions, but lost them all a lot of time.
Yeah, and the recent scuttle about all the Daytona 24, it's been mentioned many times that these cars, you can't really just back out easily. You got to predict the line that the other car's taking and then send yourself around them. But when stuff like that happens, you don't have a lot of room to correct it because you're right on the edge.
Yeah, and mid corner too. And then Dan Coleman also, as I watched there, when he came into his pits there, struggled to find his pit box. So I mean, one of probably a dozen guys at least so far who have at least had hesitation, and that actually kind of makes me wonder if that's. I mean, it's possible that's where we saw that 4-second time difference between Ripley and Langenberg earlier. Although we have that Langenberg had that crash since then, but I guess I wonder if it had nothing to do with fuel and it just had to do with maybe Patrick, for example, just didn't see his pit box immediately.
That's very possible. Maybe slowed down a little bit to make sure he didn't, or something like that. But yeah, hard to tell, but it's over now.
So a little bit of friendly chatter, a little bit of friendly ribbing there between Patrick Ripley and Nick Terrell, as Ripley's actually coming up to lap Nick Terrell, and that would actually be for the second time, I believe. So obviously we saw Nick Terrell get launched out of the track, but I don't think this is the way that either driver anticipated on meeting each other an hour into the race.
Yeah, Nick Terrell on lap 28.7 and Ripley now on 29.7. So he's a lap ahead.
And then look at that with Aaron Claybaugh there. He is 3/10 off the back of Paletti, who's 6/10 back on Boyle, which we actually saw Paletti leading a lot of this race. So Boyle's made his way around during that pit cycle where he went one lap longer, and now all three of them are right next to each other.
They are, and like my worst fear has come true as a commentator. The Audis are together on track, so Claybaugh will have to tell him apart with his number 65, and then of course Paletti with his number, which is 56. Of course.
Not a lot of help.
So nice matching liveries and back. What would that be? Palindrome numbers, I guess. Not the same backwards, but just reversed. So not a palindrome.
Terry Cox Jr. there, weaving his way through. Terry quietly in second place. Chris Richards just now taking his pit stop. So I guess maybe Chris Richards was that was a 20-lap stint there. So was he potentially? Was his first pit maybe out of the pit cycle? Because he was running well there in second, and I wonder if maybe his strategy has him out of that. I'm not sure. We'll have to keep an eye on that as we get later into the race.
Chris Richards did have a few incidents where he met Barry R on occasion. So
speaking of incidents, Owen McLaughlin and Daniel Real colliding in turn 1. It looks like Richard Curry also involved, and Keith Roycroft to be able to squeeze his way through. But that was that's turn 2. But yeah, you can see here.
There's the pair yet. I don't know. Oh wow, Curry really squeezing his way through. But I'm not sure if Real turned in or if the other one, McLaughlin, didn't turn in.
Yeah. If you ask me on that one, I think McLaughlin was there enough to be noticed. I don't think that was some late send. So I do think that he kind of deserved the space there. But I'd have to look at it some more times. But yeah, Trevor Dyer there, lucky to not get just nailed there. That was really, really close on the outside.
It definitely was very close. I believe that was Shepard and one other driver going past him. But Paul Boyle just set the fastest lap for GTD Pro, 205.3. However, that's not the fastest of the GT3 cars. There's a 205.1 floating out there in the wonderful wide open world. And
not shocking to see that.
Yes, Mr. McDonald flying and putting in some good laps. He's a 205.1, of course.
Paul Boyle showing there that 3 laps, and you can really get those tires switched on. Obviously, taking tires every stop because of the fact that you can do tires and fuel now at the same time as of just a couple months ago. So doing really well to throw in that strong pace because he had those guys, his teammates, right on the back of him, and he's able to through some traffic and some pace, able to really start to give himself some breathing room because Claybaugh's all over the back of Paletti, and Paletti can't even worry about Boyle in front now because he's got just a couple of tenths, I believe. It certainly looks like it at least, but now Skip kind of separates the two.
Well, these two aren't very separated. Tyler Langenberg and Nick Terrell, and of course Paul Wildridge right there on the back.
And there's Ripley.
Terrell as well. And then and then Ripley, who's right there passing Terrell, lapping Terrell right now, and on his way to lap Langenberg.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, in anything outside of, Formula One, the kind of the junior fit, a blue flag is merely a warning, a notification. The drivers don't have to get out of the way, but you almost always will see them. No sense in giving each other trouble when you're not even on the same lap.
Yep. You don't have to get out of the way, but you can't block them either. You can't just start throwing weaving on the straights and inhibit them. Oof. Tyler Langenberg, he's really not in control of that car through that left-hander there. We've seen him multiple times just trying to wrestle the rear as Paul Boyle does go fastest of the GT3 cars now, so he's switching on that pace.
It's funny, looking at the LMP2 field, every driver is in a different position than they started, except for Paul Skip. Now, Paul Skip has not had a boring race. We've seen him have plenty of interest, but at the end of the day, it's still him there in 5th. So a couple, big jumpers, of course. I don't know if Chris Richards is on the pit strategy, but even if he's not, he's already up 4. And then Nürnberger's up 10 now with that Chris Richards pit stop.
And how about Christopher Craig there and Daniel Barnett? They were side by side through most of the carousel. That was pretty impressive. Of course, Daniel Barnett has now fallen off and lost even more spots that's Angel there that got past him. And then Dustin Dos Valles is in the background lurking, thinking about taking that spot from him.
It's taken an hour and 5 minutes, but and I have seen him involved in at least one incident, as we saw there with Owen McLaughlin. But Daniel Real only now down 2 spots overall from where he started. So still trying to carve his way through the field, but he's got another 8 seconds to Keith Roycroft in front. And then James Foreman just really leading that AM class really well. Hasn't really had, I mean, of course, that it's not surprising. Hasn't had any drama. That's how he's made his way up to the front for sure. But he's got a very healthy 13-second or so gap to Travis Bell behind, who, again, Travis Bell, the point leader for AM by quite a lot, and started in the 6th, needed to gain some to get over some of the guys that he's competing with in the championship, and has done so far.
Yeah, Travis Bell doing a really good race. Unfortunately, he's hold on, Steven Shepard going for the move there, and gets it done there as well on I believe that's Craig Willis.
It's a nice move, trying to recover. It was running really well earlier. Whew, that was really close. Had an incident down that back straight somewhere before Canada Corner, somewhere around Kettle Bottoms, and starting to claw back some positions. So hope to see some more recovery from Steven Shepard there.
Yeah, but as I was saying about Travis Bell, he's had a really, really decent race, but It's been a pretty quiet one, so I haven't had a chance to call him Trevor yet, but uh, his wonderful Travis paint, I do like it. I think it's funny. Uh, really worth the time spent on it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not as lonely as the race that he had last week. Last week, I mean, he was alone for basically the entirety of the race up until the final, I don't know, maybe 15 minutes or so. He just was like in his own gap as the actual Trevor there lets him through on a different lap.
Yes. So Trevor and Travis, not interchangeable, but they are right next to each other on track, or were, briefly.
So the GTD Pro gaps we're looking at, we got just about an equal second between the two. So Paletti able to fight off the pressure from Claybaugh behind, but at the same time able to catch up to Paul Boyle. So, I mean, looking at their last 5 laps, the fastest of the 3 has been Claybaugh, 206.1 average. Paletti a 206.2, and then Paul Boyle was a 206.6. A little bit faster on average, but every lap, I'm kind of just, I mean, it's because we have so many cars, but it's just surprising how much traffic we've got. Some big incidents have caused people to be on different laps, within class, which has also played into this. But, I mean, it's a 2-minute lap as there. Oh, look at that. Paul Boyle for 1/10 of a second there had a fastest lap with a 2:05.1, and then Paletti pips him immediately after with a 2:05.083.
Stole that slipstream.
That's the fastest laps for the GT3s overall. Jeff McDonald's fastest still there at a 2:05.134. So those guys running really well. And then Claybaugh, no slouch. I mean, a 2:05.3. That's only a couple tenths off those guys in front of him.
Yes, so they're flying out there, but they are not quite close enough yet for a move, so we'll have to keep a little bit of an eye on them and come back to them when they get within that big 1 second mark on track. But this is some on track battles here. This is Jonathan Webb, and in front of him is Steve Koubet. They're not in the same class, but they can race just the same. So going for the inside line is Jonathan Webb in the Vassar Sullivan livery car there, and makes it done. Yeah, he gets past.
Well, you're talking about on track. Meanwhile, speaking of off tracks, Tyler Langenberg involved in a couple things, but also acquiring some off tracks of his own. It's that 22 incident limit and had to just serve a drive through there. So now 13 seconds off Paul Wildridge in front. He's having an incredible season, but this is going to be one to drop for sure. This is not about as badly as it could have. He's not the only guy to be up there in those incidents, though. Trevor Dyer's already served. Oh, Donovan Johnston just crashed in the final corner and is probably going to may have to tow. He's struggling to find a way to get around here.
Yeah.
Okay, he's clear to move now. He has a meatball. But speaking of flags, yes, Trevor Dyer's already served a drive-through for the 22 incidents, and a lot of guys well out of the points for safety points. We do have a few people still there in the 0x range, which is very impressive given what we've seen with some difficulty on the track and difficulty with some traffic. James Foreman, Paul Boyle, and Travis Bell. Those are your 3 guys who have not had a single incident all race, and shocker, 2 of them are winning their class and the other guy's second. So it shows what running a clean race does for you.
Yes, it does. Now, as our field is a little bit spread out, awaiting our next round of pit cycles, we're going to take a short break as we approach our last 30 minutes, and then we'll be back to watch the rest of this race and give you some great coverage. So we'll see you in just a few minutes. And we are back. So, what happened while we were gone? I see Keith Roycroft actually, as we come back, is in the dirt.
Man.
So he was running a really good race. It looks like he's gonna tow it to the pits. Or I'm not sure what he's doing. Doesn't say jump to the pits, but
Looked like it there.
it looked like he towed it to the pits for sure. So we'll have to
Yeah, he's out of the session.
keep an eye.
He probably didn't. He didn't tow because he just alt F4'd there.
So Keith
I don't
Roycroft
get it.
was
He just went wide and was like, "I'm done."
I've had a day like that.
He was
many
running
times.
well.
Yeah, he was up there for a while. He was in second, third area, and then that's enough to
Break a man.
end his night. And hey, man, I don't judge. I've been there. I know how it feels. So he was four laps short on fuel as well. So I've been told.
Makes sense. Another thing that happened while we were off was Patrick Ripley came in to take his what I would assume is his final pit stop with 23 minutes to go, 13 laps at the line most likely, and the guy technically behind him is Don McCloy, who is 6.5 seconds back, but he has to pit either this lap or next lap. So he has a 20-second gap on Terry Calgar. Now Terry, started in pole and has had nothing short of an eventful race, but I don't think that he could be any more happy to be in second place despite all that. He's not there on the top step as Patrick Ripley is, but to come out of, everyone else has had something happen. So to come out of this and currently be in the net P2, it's a pretty good accomplishment and shows that there's definitely been some impressive pace through this race. His fastest lap was a 1:52.2, which is 52.5. Sorry, which is the fastest lap. So he's been fast. He's unfortunately run into a couple things.
Yep. We've seen a little bit of a spin from him. We've seen him avoiding some wrecks, but not too bad overall. I think he'll be satisfied. He had the pace to win it, but sometimes it's just out of your control. One man that it was out of his control. This man right here, Tyler Langenberg, unfortunately down in 12th, following him and Nick Terrell's big one.
Yeah, he's he's got like 50 seconds to Chris Newby in front of him. He's just running around right now, waiting for if somebody crashes out. Basically, it's his only. But I would be surprised if a result this bad actually counted for him. He's been so strong this season. This is almost assuredly one of his drop weeks. He obviously still can't he can't get the bonus points. He's even at a drive-through, but he's thinking of the season as a whole, and just in case if this does if he does have a couple races worse than this, maybe you need this one.
This is the background of that last shot there. That's Leonardo Elijah going for a little rally cross, but he's all right.
Yeah, Chris Richards and Andrew Neri, who just passed us in that camera, have been really close to each other. Neri actually made his way through because Chris Richards went wide there, right behind what we saw, and that battle's brewing up pretty good currently for P3 and P4. Chris Richards, though, I don't think, we talked about it earlier, I don't think that he can make it on fuel. He's done 10 laps. There's probably 12 to go. 22 laps is probably just one or two too long. It's a shame because he started 12th. We saw him up 10 at one point. He's running really well, but I don't think that he's going to be able to make it without having to stop another time. It'll be a short stop, but he's not going to be able to keep up with Andrew Neri in front, and will probably lose to at least Paul Skip behind. May stay ahead of Nürnberger.
Yeah, we've seen like a maximum of 20 laps, 23 laps. Well, I'm not sure about Terrell's number, but 20 laps for sure as a maximum. So we'll have to see what he can do. It's gonna be super close, but oh no, it's not gonna be super close anymore. Oh no. So Chris Richards just sniped
Hingley
there.
just trying to give Richards as much room as possible. Catches the grass. We've seen other cars do it at different parts of this track, and it just turns him immediately into him.
Oh boy. It's a heartbreak there for Chris Richards as good old commentator Chris. Of course, it has to come at some point in this race, and it shows 20 minutes from the end.
So Paletti and Claybaugh again pitting at the same time. Both just came out of the pits. Claybaugh's stop was actually a little bit shorter, about 0.7 shorter. So he's still very much in touch there. We'll have to see when Paul Boyle decides to come in. Obviously can't go to the end, but it's just a short stop. So that does affect, the decision on tires and how many you're going to take, because you're not going to be able to take all four and not lose any time during that very short fueling.
Yeah, you could go the classic, the Zach Nurnberger, the supercar strategy, and run only one tire, change one tire, but I think you'd have time for maybe a little bit more than that, 2 tires. I don't know.
The other thing to remember, I gave a shout out earlier, but Bell, Boyle, okay, Boyle coming in the pits now. Bell, Boyle, and Foreman, all 3 guys who have 0 incidents, and that's a big deal when we talk about the points, because Boyle, Paletti, and Claybaugh also close to each other. Boyle's at 0, but Paletti's at 1, and Claybaugh's at 5 incidents. So Boyle's, not only is he potentially going to come out of this in first place, he may come out in second, we'll see, but at the very least, what's clear is that he's going to, as long as he finishes in 0, he's got that safety point bonus over Paletti and can extend that lead. With every point. I know it's a cliche, but every point matters between these 3 guys. They are so close to each other in the standings.
Yeah, they definitely are super close, and not last season, but the season before, we had the championship come down to just a point in GT4. So, it's a different car class, but same level of skill here. GT3 cars, it could come down to just a point again this season.
Well, you can get more detail than that. That final race for GT3 came down to those 2 guys we see on track, Paletti and Claybaugh, and Paletti was leading into that final race, and Claybaugh scored just enough points, I think even just by 1 position, to pass Paletti for the championship to win that E4A GT3 crown. So, yeah, both classes came very close in that Watkins Glen final round.
Yeah, so we'll have to keep an eye on this battle all season. Of course, we will, but it's going to be an exciting one.
And 20-second gap for Ripley ahead. He just has to coast. Again, Calgary, very fast. Average of the last 5, 54 flat, and Ripley was as well, but it's just no making up 20 seconds unless something big happens.
Yeah, it's pretty much Ripley's race here, but I don't want to talk about him too much because you know what'll happen. So we're just gonna keep an eye on him in the back of our minds. We'll come back to him in about 16 minutes.
And looking at that gap coming out of the pit stop, so Paul Boyle now 3 seconds ahead of Paletti and was actually 2 seconds shorter in that pit stop. So he must have been doing better on fuel, or maybe it's the car, the BMW versus the Audi doing better on fuel, but he clearly had to fuel up less than his teammates did because he got 2 seconds during that, and that was basically what added to that 3 seconds. It was about a second going in, 3 seconds now. It came all in the fuel management. So, oh man, that's not driving straight.
No, it is not. That's Leonardo Elijah there, headed for the pit lane.
Claybaugh with a 204.6. Wow.
Wow,
all
that's
right.
blazing.
He's right on the back of Paletti. So, I mean, like you said before, certainly getting the benefit of the draft, but it's 15 minutes ago.
Oh,
No!
no!
That was not by Claybaugh. That was just a simple spin by Paletti there.
Yeah, Paletti just a little bit too hot to trot on the throttle, and I think that's what sent him around, or maybe a little bit of the grass on the inside. Either way, that's going to lose him a lot of time, and of course, no damage, but he's definitely going to be hurting. Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
It's a different corner now.
Oh, no.
Aaron Claybaugh
in the grass.
losing it even more. Oh, no. And he drives into the wall as well. Oh, no.
Nice little pirouette, though. But I mean, he stays ahead, but barely. They're right next to each other again.
What happened here? Wait. Claybaugh.
That's just how it worked out.
Okay, so Paletti went off track in the first one, then Claybaugh. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, see,
now,
the cars are mixing me up. They're the same thing.
Exactly. And it's funny because the thing I was about to say was, I wonder, with 15 minutes to go, are they thinking about working together, or are they going to give up and just fight over second? Well, that has been decided for them. They will be fighting over second. Paul Boyle can most likely just cruise to a win with a 14-second gap now.
Yeah, it's pretty much just what Patrick Ripley has out in front. Now, let's see if we can find him here. Take a look at Mr. Ripley. He's got about a 20-second gap, and he's cruising nice and comfortably, so that's all Paul Boyle needs to do now to claim his third win of the season, I believe.
Yeah, let's... Paul Boyle has... Well, first off, he had pole in every race. But yes, he has 3 wins. This would be 4 because Claybaugh has the only other win in that pro category. Paletti, 4 podiums out of the first 4 races, but never able to be on the top step so far.
So we'll have to keep an eye on him and see if he can make it work in the later part of the season. But I don't think it's going to be coming here tonight. James Foreman, he's been really, really silently working his way up, and now he's in first for GTD. So I haven't really noticed him coming up, but he's up there. He is now leading.
Yeah, and again, I mean, mainly the time that I mentioned him is that he and Travis Bell and Paul Boyle all at 0 incidents. So we haven't seen him go off track a single time. We haven't seen him get hit by somebody. We haven't seen him hit someone else. But he's not been any slouch on pace either. I mean, his fastest lap is a 2:05.5. Travis Bell behind 2:05.6. Dan Real 2:05.2. Webb 2:05.8. So he's putting in really good pace and very consistent, clean laps. The Ferrari was one that we saw him use, all of the last few seasons, and it's continuing to pay dividends today because the Ferrari is typically a pretty safe car, and he's, exemplifying that with not running into any incidents at all. And then Travis Bell just behind with a 13-second gap, but still no incidents to his own. I think maybe just the gap kind of came from maybe avoiding some incidents, but he clearly hasn't been involved in any.
Yeah, and now we've got about 6 laps to go, maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less. And I mean, if you can keep it clean, that 13-second gap is going to work wonders for him. I think it's really a coasting phase now for all of our leaders, and it's going to come down to fighting for the podium in GTD Pro.
Yeah, and in the AM, Real, 3 seconds is, not impossible over the next 10 minutes. With 6 laps, you got to do half a second lap faster, which sounds crazy, which in maybe a single make series it would be, but with traffic, that is definitely not out of the question. It's easy to lose a second, 2 seconds just on getting, traffic hitting you the wrong way. So a gap that we need to pay attention to and, not forget about. And speaking of that, we got Paletti now under 0.4 to Claybaugh ahead for second place. I was
Yeah,
coming down that straight there, that draft.
Letty is really working his magic to try to catch back up there, and I still can't get over how both of them spun. But let's take a look here. Daniel Ray out. I think he might have got caught up with Paul Wildridge in that blue LMP2 car there. Oh, yes, he
No.
did.
How many times are we going to see that?
So, in the grass and cutting across the track. Now, what does Paul Wildridge
That one's
play
on
in
me.
this? Paul Wildridge driving right next to him and just locks it up and spins it
Yeah.
in
Kind of
reaction.
panic braking. Yeah. It's on me. That one's on me this time. Although Real's still in third, so lucky to come away with that with not losing any positions. But and he goes wide there also. But yeah, he's not gonna be able to catch up to second. So those top two, Foreman and Bell, pretty much locked in, provided that they don't have a similar incident that we just saw there. So I mean, that's that's assuming a lot in this race from what we've seen. That's for sure.
You can still see the tire tracks in the sand there as they come down to that corner. Zach Nurnberger locking it up in the background there.
And Nurnberger's up 9 spots. I think that he timed the pit stop just right because he's about to finish lap 13 of his stint, and with 5 to go, 18. I was worried that that's maybe a little bit too early, but it looks like he'll be fine by at least a couple laps.
Yes.
So well done to make up 9 spots, especially in a race where he felt he had he's well off the pace. And, I mean, he's not doing well, so I don't feel bad saying it. He was off the pace in practice. He was 14th out of 14 for LMP2s that put in the time. He was half a second off the guy in front and, a second and a half off of the leader. But, I mean, during quals, he improved a little bit, and then during this race, he has been much faster. I mean, he's 8/10 faster than any lap that he did in practice for his fastest lap in this race. So he's absolutely keeping pace with all these guys where he's next to Andrew Neri, Paul Skip, himself, Don McCloy and Owen McLaughlin. He deserves to be up there in 5th.
Yeah, he's doing really well. So what do you say about an interview with him? No, we'll let him focus.
That would be a.
But being brought to my attention now, if Foreman wins this, that will be 3 weeks in a row that we've had a new winner in GTD AM.
Wow.
So,
yeah, it's crazy to think that Foreman hasn't won a race yet. I mean, he's been always known as a guy who's been very consistent, very safe, very rarely gets caught up in incidents, and has often finished near the top of the board. He shows up to all the races, but then also does well in all the races. I mean, he was, I think, P3 I think he was P3 just behind John Kelly last season for GTD AM, and then the season before he also was in the top 5 or 6, I think, for the GT3 class in E4A. So, I can't believe he hasn't won a race yet.
yeah, it's certainly interesting that he hasn't been able to put it together, but I mean, we have some fast people here, and tonight it's just been his night. So just about 5 minutes, 6 minutes now to go, and hopefully he'll see that checkered flag flying without any issues.
Well, Steve Coubet running an interesting an interesting car here, reminiscent of the Peugeot here. Went for a no rear wing design.
Yeah,
very sleek, looking like a road car.
I'm not sure there's a lot of downforce in that. Maybe it's one of those ones where, like, the faster you go, the more the wing goes down.
Yeah, it's an active
aerodynamics.
I cannot believe that he doesn't have a rear wing and he doesn't have a meatball for that. Like I thought that would be like a guarantee, because I heard Tyler Langenberg say, "Hey, you don't have a wing on that car, by the way, Steve." And he's like, "Oh, well, that would explain why he's driving like that."
I think it looks kind of funny. It looks like when you push your dog's ears back and it doesn't have any ears. That's what it reminds me of. I don't know if that makes any sense, but it makes sense in my head.
Yeah, Jeremy Barber was I've noticed he's been in the pits a little bit. He had a drive-through, so he was one of the 5 drivers now that have got a drive-through penalty, hitting that incident limit. Some guys still late, in danger of doing that. Steven Shepard just 1 incident away. Tom McCloy and Steve Kubey just missing there. They're only 2 away, and just only a handful of guys who are even going to get any bonus points from this race.
Yeah, Terrell scaring me a little bit there.
Yes, and as he says, Boyle and Bell both recently got 1X in these last couple laps, and now James Foreman. Wow.
Nick Terrell is scaring me the way he's driving right now. He
fast, though.
Looked like he was going to push it off in turn 1, but managed to stay on. Then he puts a tire in the grass going down in turn 3. But very talented, very skilled driver, just scary to watch.
Yeah. But yeah, James Foreman now the only guy with 0 incidents. I gave him his props earlier. Double props now for being the only guy to do it. Of course, he's just got to finish out the last couple laps. But that does the big deal with that with Paul Boyle going from 0 to 1 is that now he just has the same amount of points as Nick Paletti's going to get, and he had the opportunity of really increasing he's already going to be winning this race, but in such a tight battle, had an opportunity of adding another advantage of non-droppable safety bonus points onto his total, which can very well be the deciding factor come down to the end of the season between those guys. So it's not the end of the world. He's still winning the race, but it would have been nice to come away with that 0X as well.
Yeah, that 0X would have been very, very nice to have, as you can claim, hey, I won, I stayed on track, but just was not in his favor tonight. But hey, a win, not too bad.
And Trevor Dyer now picking up a second drive-through, actually hitting that 28. So you get a drive-through at 22, and then every 6 after that, maybe 5, I believe it's 6 though. Every 6 after that, you got to come in for another one. So it really stacks up quick if you get some early incidents, and especially if you have damage to the car, and that's causing some issues.
All right, so Christopher Craig and Richard Curry. This is a nice scenic view here. Let's take a look at an actual TV camera here. Christopher Craig and Richard Curry are coming pretty close to each other on track, as I believe is the white flag flying?
No, it'll be next lap. So 1.5 to go for. That was pretty close though. Yeah.
It's our GTD Pro battle there.
Tom McCloy there with the fastest lap of the race, 52.3.
Wow.
Out of nowhere.
Yeah,
And he said he doesn't take time. Oh, Patrick Ripley nearly loses it. Coming out of the carousel. Going through the kink, he went off into the grass. Oh my goodness, he almost crashed.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Oh man.
That's a little bit sketchy. He's really gonna coast now.
Just finish the race, man, please.
I mean, you can lose 10 seconds a lap and you'll be all right.
And yes, he is 50 seconds to go. He's coming to the white flag now, coming up the hill.
There goes Curry on Craig, and he makes the move very nicely.
As long as no one wrecks, our leaders for all the classes are locked in with 8+ second gaps. So, but we got some positions still to be fought for, and these two guys are the closest on track right now, I believe, with Paul Boyle now also setting the fastest lap for GTD Pro, putting in a 2:04.6 as his second to last lap.
There we go. So we're seeing some wicked fast driving right now. Everybody's giving it everything, even though Paul Boyle really doesn't need to push that hard.
This will be the biggest opportunity here for Paletti if he nails this turn and can get a good draft. Go to the inside. That's his best shot.
There he is on his way down. And he's
Looks so
chasing down
focused.
that man. He does look very focused. All right.
He's not close enough.
So he's going to have to back out.
That's the last big passing zone. There's still passes to be made, but it is kind of require Aaron to make a little misstep, have a little bit of a lockup. That was the last surefire one.
Yeah, that's the big heavy braking zone now. If he can get a really, really good run out of the carousel and follow that through the bend, there's a heavier braking zone that he can do something with. But he has to nail his exit out of this corner right here. The carousel.
Ripley is making his way through the final corner now.
Alrighty, so Ripley takes the win. We'll get back to him, though. Oh, Tyler Langenberg split the pair through the bend. That's going to cause some issues for Nick Paletti's comeback chain here. That costs him a little bit of time.
Yeah, just can't get there. But it's close. He's been, but unfortunately, this is going to be another third place for Paletti. It's been unfortunately a familiar position for him. It's so close. He's not been far off on any of these races.
Yeah.
But just no more shots here.
There's Paul Boyle to take the win in GTD Pro, and then following him, his teammates Aaron Claybaugh in second and Paletti in third. But yeah, just couldn't get it. If I were Tyler Langenberg, you weren't really running from anybody. You could have sat behind a little bit and let them duke it out, but I also see you trying to get past, so it's all right. Then James Foreman takes the win, and he snuck up there into first and did a really nice job to hold it, so great job from him. And then, of course, Patrick Ripley, who we mentioned briefly, but we were on the battle of the GTD Pro podium. Patrick Ripley takes the LMP2 win by about 20 seconds, so a good race for him tonight.
Man, what a race that we saw today. That was pretty wild. There was something happening at every point of that race there, and what a treat to watch, that's for sure.
Yeah, a lot of action, a lot of mistakes. It's a tricky track, I know, Road America, and yeah, just a lot of fun.
You would think that they would try to, take advantage of having a little bit more lenient track limits and not racking up a bunch of incidents in this race, because next week they're going to Spa, and that is going to be, it's not as bad as it used to be, the track limits, but it is going to be a mess.
It is. It's quite something, so we'll have to take a look at that. But Angel is our final person across the line, and with that, we can take a look at our results. So, in LMP2, Patrick Ripley takes the win over Terry Cowger Jr., and then Andrew Neri and Paul Skip, Zach Nirenberger, Don McCloy, Owen McLaughlin, Nick Terrell, Chris Newby, Tyler Langenberg, Paul Wildridge, Chris Richards, Mark Dillon Jr., Adrian Garcia Vahil, and Brad McCombs.
In our GTD Pro results, Paul Boyle comes away with his fourth win of 5 races, and Aaron Claybaugh finishing behind him in second, with Nicholas Paletti in third, Steve Coubet in fourth, and Craig Willis in fifth.
And lastly, for GTD Pro, this is one of our bigger fields here. James Foreman takes the win, and then Travis Bell in second. A nice race from him. And then Daniel Real. Jonathan Webb is in fourth, followed by Dustin Dos Valles, Christopher Craig, Angel Jarena, Richard Curry, Daniel Barnett, Jeff McDonald, Steven Shepard, Leonardo Elijah, Dan Coleman, Trevor Dyer, Donovan Johnston, Daniel Hangley, Keith Roycroft, and Jeremy Barber.
And lastly, Eric Jacobs, following him in 19th, James Kingsbury, John Kelly, Rick Hughes, Atticus Middleton, Mark Gonzalez, and Michael De La Sala.
So, quite a race. I think it's time that we listen to some interviews.
Yep, we got some guys there in the waiting room, so I'm going to grab them here. Let's see. Start with our GTD AM class, which second was Travis Bell. Spoken to him many times this season. We're going to hear from him again. Travis, you hearing me in the booth?
Yep, I got you here.
Well, that's yet another podium. So you continue a pretty impressive string here. This one qualified a little bit further back. So, what was your goal starting in sixth with a lot of your, competitors as far as the season points go in front of you?
I didn't get to have a good tow partner for the qualifying, which I think set me back a little bit. Um, so I knew this was going to be a bit hectic. I had run a practice back on Thursday, and even that was hectic enough with everybody trying to stay on track. It's skinny, it's flat, and I knew with the prototypes overtaking, it was going to be a lot of fun. But I just tried to keep it on and did a pretty good job of it. Didn't have any incidents, major incidents, I should say.
Yeah, and so you had actually zero total incidents at all. Pretty late, unfortunately, picked up a couple near the end, but there were definitely a couple times that you were around some stuff. So we saw an unbelievable amount of carnage. So what was your game plan to kind of avoid some of the incidents that happened around you?
Just a lot of luck, but taking it very easy into the corners and just, especially in the areas where you knew things were going to be happening, like turn two and the kink on the back straight. I don't know the name of it, but there's always going to be carnage around there, and there was
Actually.
the number. Oh, is it really? I think, yeah. Um, yeah, you just always know there's going to be some kind of carnage there. You're going to get a prototype trying to come inside or two GT cars, just anything out of the ordinary. If you're slightly offline there, you're going off. And there was a couple times it came around and it was Days of Thunder driving through the smoke, but was able to luckily avoid any contact with anybody.
The still, despite I mean, obviously gaining some positions by just being clean, still had one of the fastest paces in the field, fastest lap of a 2:05.6, which was very consistent with what you were able to do in practice and quali. What was your experience with the track as actually even the light, the headlights start turning on near the end? Was the track cooling off? Because we did see a lot of fast laps near the end there.
Yeah, it definitely felt like it was cooling off towards the end. In the practice session, I had set it for way earlier than Mark had set this one for. I guess he had this one start later, so the track was a bit warmer. Definitely a little slippery at the beginning when the track was still on rubber and in. But I don't really know this track too well, and I didn't get a whole lot of practice in that I wanted to. But I'm very happy with the result. I was 0x until till lap 42 then, and I put myself off track on my own trying to reach my water bottle, but that's such is life right there. That's how it goes, right?
Well, I mean, speaking of 0x, we do have Spa next week, which is famous for off tracks and incidents. So, is that a track that you think that you'll be strong at again? It is, kind of similar to a couple of the tracks we've already done this season.
Very, very familiar with it. Definitely need to get some practice in. It's been a little while since I've run sports cars on it, but very familiar with the track, so I should be able to adapt to it pretty quick. Looking forward to it.
Well, we are looking forward to it as well, and looking forward to you continuing this podium streak that you've got for this GTDM class.
Yeah, I would love to.
So you have a good night, Travis.
You too, man. Appreciate it.
That was Travis Bell finishing second in GTD. I'm not going to bring in first-time maiden winner James Foreman. James, get me in the booth. If you're talking, I can't hear you yet, James.
Hey.
Ah, there we go. Almost hard to believe, but this is, well, not hard to believe for you, I'm sure you know, but your maiden win here. It just seems like you finished up near the front so often, and have been so consistent. I couldn't believe that this was actually your first win. So, what made this one different than the races that you've had before?
I think the big part was I didn't know I was in the lead until the last 10 minutes of the race. So I couldn't see who was in first place, and all of a sudden I was like, holy crap, I'm in the lead. So, yeah, I've always been the bridesmaid, but finally the bride today. It felt great.
You topped it off by also being the only driver in the entire field to have zero incidents. So maximize those bonus points that you got there in a pretty wild race. Now, we had a lot to there was a lot going on the track, but I don't think I really ever saw you around any of the drama. Were you able to pretty much be away from most of the large incidents in this race, or did you have some avoidance that we didn't catch?
Oh, there's a couple code browns in that race for me. There's like a guy that was on the left who cut across and almost took out an LMP2 car and me trying to get into the pits, and I was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that. But for the most part, whenever I got like a car coming up on me, I try to not try to be too aggressive. I let them give him some space, even let off the gas a little, let him get past, try to keep it safe and clean. But yeah, I think I avoided most of the drama out there, but there's a few incidents where I kind of avoided some people spinning out in front of me.
Obviously, getting 0x does a lot to have a pretty successful race. You've done it plenty of times before. I remember the safest driver award battle between you, Paletti, and myself was pretty heated. So not surprising.
Yeah, I
to
was
see
down
there.
to the wire on that one for sure.
Yes. But not surprising to see there. But also, you had true race winning pace as well. Your best lap was a 2:05.5. Only, a couple other drivers in the class were able to top that, and qualified well also, and up 5 spots overall. So, where did what were the elements of this track that suited your driving style, to have such a great result today?
I really like Road America. The corners, there's no hairpins. I'm terrible at hairpins and chicanes. So I think that's a big bonus for me on this track. And I think I've concentrated most on hitting the apexes on this track, because if you miss the apex and then you totally lose speed around the corners. So I concentrated on trying to hit the apexes mostly on it, and then just looking through, accelerating through the corners, so you get that nice acceleration down the straights and stuff like that. So yeah, mostly hitting apexes tonight.
We're coming to Spa next week. Will be an even stronger ask to get 0 incidents on that one. Do you feel confident for that race? I mean, everyone's got experience there, but do you think that it's one that you're pretty strong at? I know you said you don't like chicanes, so the bus stop is maybe not the most fun.
Yeah, I have a love-hate with that track. Sometimes I do really good, and other times I just, for some reason, do terrible at it. So I'll see how we do next week, and I'm really looking forward to it.
We are looking forward to it as well, and we hope to see you in the booth again. If not next week, at least once more during this season. Congratulations again on the maiden win. Can't believe that this was the first, but you've been almost there so many times. It's great to be on the top step, so congratulations on that.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Have a good night, James.
Yeah, you too.
That was our first-time race winner, James Foreman, for the GTD AM class. I'm going to bring in our second-place finisher, Aaron Claybaugh. Aaron, you get me in the booth.
I got you, ZP.
Well, that was okay. So for most of that race, that was extremely close between you three. Now, the one thing I wanted to mention was, so during quals, if you don't take offense to it, you were off the pace of your two teammates in front of you, but by the time we got past that first pit stop, you were on pace with them, if not on average faster by a couple tenths. So did you just have a bad qualifying, or did you unlock something else during the start of that race?
I'm always off of those guys in qualifying. They really know how to get the 1 lap pace out of their cars way better than I do. And always causes me to worry and freak out. It's like, oh man, I'm a second off the pace. But then come race time, as I just get used to the car more, I'm able to just kind of, get up to their level. Just, repetition, getting, used to the track more and more. This is the first time I ever drove the Audi too. So that was a whole different experience. It's a fast car, but very dangerous, as you saw towards the end there. Nick and I literally within a corner of each other.
We got both.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Paletti lost it right in front of you, just getting into the grass. I mean, did that just kind of like you had you were lucky to avoid that. Nearly got caught up in that. Did that just kind of shake the focus a little bit with it being 90 plus minutes into the race?
Yeah, and I'll be honest, I was kind of using him as a reference point, going into the corners, and as soon as I didn't have that reference point, I just completely biffed the next corner. So I was like, I was so used to following people all race that as soon as I got out front, I just couldn't handle it. So that's what made those last couple laps of trying to hold him off, and he did a great job closing me down, and racing me clean. He definitely was faster than me at the end there, but unfortunately didn't work out for him.
Well, I mean, obviously, if you were behind him, you did have the use of some draft, but until Paul was able to just barely pip you with the second to last lap, you actually had the fastest lap for all the GT3s. So the 2:04.65 there, I mean, extremely strong. I mean, none of the AMs got into the 2:04s at all, I don't think. You three guys were certainly on another level. So you came into the race leading, and I think I do think Paul did enough with the bonus points. Yeah, and the 1 point. So it's going to still remain very close, if not even closer, between all three of you guys. So we're going to Spa next week. What's your plan with this being such a no mistakes allowed kind of close battle between you three guys in the pro class right now?
Yeah, that's the thing, man. I mean, Paul obviously didn't have Daytona go his way, but that'll be a drop week for him. And so once you take that drop week away from him, he's won every race that's counted.
Yeah.
So definitely going to need to step it up a level. Nick and I both really want to, pick off some more wins, but it's going to be tough. Paul's been really fast. Congrats to him on the win again tonight. We got to figure something out because he has just stepped it up another level this season. But
See, we is me and Nick.
yeah. But as far as Spa, I'm looking forward to it. It was a pretty good race for me last season. I think I got like a top 5. But again, if I remember correctly, Paul and Nick were both ahead of me last race there. So I got some work to do this week. Probably put quite a bit of practice in, figure out what car works best for me. I think we're starting to diverge as a team now as to what cars are working best for us. I don't think we're all picking the same one anymore, and I think you'll see that probably the rest of the season.
It's been a fun storyline to follow as we've been trying to take the clues as we got them. So we're excited to see that some more and look forward to seeing you in the booth again later this season.
Sounds good. Thanks, Zach. Thanks, Tom. And looking forward to checking out the broadcast with these new cameras.
It looks good. I promise that. But yeah, thank you very much. And you have a good night, Aaron.
All right, you too, man.
That was our second place finisher, Aaron Claybon. I'm going to bring in our race winner yet again, 4 times in 5 races, Paul Boyle. Paul, you getting me?
I get you.
Well, first race where you didn't have pole for GTD Pro. However, the 4th of 5 races where you have now won. So this one was, you was very close throughout the entire race. Now, the one thing that I was really interested in is that you had a little bit of a different fuel strategy, and actually your last fuel stop was like 2 seconds faster than your 2 teammate competitors. So were you fuel saving better than they were?
Yes. So I'm not sure how much of it you guys would have seen. However, I elected to go into zero instant, zero stress kind of. Sunday driving's the wrong word, but I kept joking that it felt like a Sunday drive behind Nick for the entire first stint and managed to get a lap overcut on them. And then that translated, I didn't worry about it in the second, and it translated into less fuel in the third. So it was a case of follow behind and then push when I needed to.
And then dividends later. Yeah, I mean, it certainly worked out for you in those pit stops late. Were you able to get a really healthy lead when much of that middle part of the race, you guys were separated by just about a second. But that's another race win for you there. Four wins, different tracks each time. And you're using a different car in a lot of these races as well. So, what's been the through line, you think, with this season where you found so much success?
I don't know. My teammates and I seem to think that it all comes down to this new tire model and the fact that it's changed. I personally would love to have seen how some of the LMP drivers that took that step up would still fare against us in the GT3 car, because I reckon I'm still not the best driver of a GT3 car in this league. But it just so happens that yeah, no, as part of those that have remained in GT3s, I've coming out on top, and the racecraft and the race strategy just seems to be working out well for me this year.
I like the tact. It's very humble. The fastest lap that you had was the second to last lap there. Just barely was able to pip Aaron with Nick not that far behind. So what was, how was the car acting late in that race as the headlights actually kind of started to turn on with it being like 7 p.m. or so?
Yeah, as the track cooled off and the sun set, it just gripped and gripped and gripped. So I still think that lap time was slower than the eventual qualifying times we were placing. But in terms of the tire wear was proving a non-issue once the track actually cooled right down in comparison to the midday heat we qualified in. And so it was a case of I knew I didn't have it. I knew I had some cushion to push. By that point, I'd also unfortunately got my first incident point of the race as well, so there was no 0x to go for. So I balls to the wall, went for it in the end, and came out clutch with the purple lap.
Well, it was another great win. We were able to pull a really good gap at the end, again, with not making any mistakes outside of just that very minor 1x that you had. It's going to be a little bit tougher next week to do that at Spa. What are you looking forward to with next week in the track limit hell?
Track limit hell is going to be all about minimizing said points. It's a case of the GT3 Pro points this season are all still so close just because of the limited number of drivers we have. So plenty of podiums for my teammates, despite me being at the top step, right behind my tail, and with 4 races left, there's still plenty of opportunity for catching me in the overall standing. So I genuinely think there is going to be a position or two in the overall standings this year that gets decided by safety. And if we can get some safety points at Spa, then that's going to be one hell of an achievement.
Yeah, absolutely. We are looking forward to it. Looking forward to seeing you in the booth again. Congratulations on the win, and you have a good night, Paul.
Yeah, see you soon.
That's some confident Paul there. Seeing us soon. I wouldn't be shocked if we saw him again next week here. Now I'm going to bring in our second place finisher for the LMP2 class, Terry Cowger Jr. Terry, getting me in the booth.
I got you.
That was not a boring race for any of the LMP2s, really. You saw your fair share of incidents. I mean, for example, the Canada corner incident where you couldn't do anything but just slam on the brakes. So, how are you able to keep your head in the game and still finish, a very impressive second place despite a lot of chaos happening around and to you?
It wasn't easy. There was so much going on, and it's so aggravating when something like that happens. You can't control it, and it's not you can't blame the other guy either because they're racing and stuff happens. But with these P2s, if you have to slam on the brakes to try to avoid something and you're in the middle of a turn or going too slow, it's over. It just wants to loop on you. And that's what I've been fighting with a lot this season, but it's just mentally it's crazy because everything happens so much faster than what I'm used to. So it's taken some time to make an adjustment.
Yeah, it was not the only place that we saw an incident there in Canada corner. Not the only LMP2 to have that experience. Now, with qualifying, in practice, you did have the fastest practice time. However, it was very close through that whole top 5, all separated by just over a tenth. Where did that qualifying lap come from? You were already a half a second ahead, and then with the final lap, you put in one that was 7/10 ahead of second place?
Fresh tires and probably about 10 gallons of fuel.
Oh, I think there's a little more to the answer than that, but certainly I imagine that helped.
During practice, my only practice with being out of town all weekend last night, I was able to do that exact lap time on a full fuel load, and the weather was very similar, but track conditions, versus practice versus race qual is slightly different. So it took me a little bit to figure it out. So I couldn't exactly get there, but to do it, on a little bit lighter fuel load, I was happy with that.
Well, that pole position actually, interestingly, with how competitive of a field it's been in this LMP2 class this season, you're actually the first person to have multiple poles on the season. We do have Spa coming up next. Is that a track that you're looking forward to? It's definitely going to be another track limits one that'll be punishing some people.
Yeah, I am looking forward to Spa. I'm fairly decent at it in a GT style car, but I don't think I've ever made any laps in a P2 around it. So it'll be a little learning experience for me. But I'm looking forward to it. I think it'll be a fun race.
Best result in the season so far, second place, and second podium. We got the other podium there in Le Mans first week, so that's shockingly the first time that we've seen you in the booth this season. But I would not be shocked to see you there next week in Spa. So good luck. Hope to see a great race from you. And again, congratulations on second place today.
All right. Thank you.
Good night, Terry.
All right. Good night.
That was our second place finisher, Terry Cowger Jr. Now we're going to bring in Patrick Ripley. Patrick, you get me in the booth.
I hear you guys. Been a while.
It's been a little bit. Obviously, as a part-time driver, we get less opportunities to see you on the top step. Hockenheim didn't go the way that you wanted. So, what was the the ingredient to this race? Obviously, qualified second, or third, made your way past second early in the race, but ended up winning by a 20-second gap.
Yeah, I think a lot of this race was keeping my nose clean in traffic. I mean, you saw it at the start of the race. Terry was getting held up, and sometimes he'd get away, and you're dealing with the ebb and flow. I think I just tried to keep my nose clean and was able to manage the gap all race.
That pass that you had for the lead, going down into turn 5 down the Moraine sweep, were you expecting to be able to make a move there? Because it was kind of set off by some traffic that Terry ran into at the wrong time in front. Coming up to that point, were you expecting to be able to make a pass into there?
No, I wasn't looking for the pass going into there, but you've always got to be willing to make an adjustment on the fly, and I think I took exception to the opportunity, and it was a good spot to make a move. So I figured, why not? It's early in the race. I'm not in the championship, so maybe these guys will kind of back off if I'm only going to make a couple races.
Now, I know last season, that opening race at Daytona, you won by a lot, and you had a huge gap to to win, and you didn't get as much screen time as if it had been close. So I have to ask, did you go wide before the kink there in the second to last lap on purpose so that we would show that on the monitor?
Man, I wish I did that on purpose. That was a pretty serious Code Brown moment, if I have to say so.
It looked a little sketch on the rejoin, but it gave us plenty of excitement till the very end. Again, obviously that one being included, but only 4 incidents on the race, which, despite being in the P2, which of course tougher to drive, easier to go over the track limits, puts you at the overall in the whole field 5th for the least amount of incident points. So how were you able to, dealing with some pretty insane traffic that we saw throughout the whole race? I mean, how'd you keep it on track so much?
I mean, I got pretty lucky early with a couple of the quick guys having issues in the first stint, so I figured, keep it on track, you're going to win the race, stay out of traffic, keep your nose clean, and that's how you win a lot of these races, so that's kind of how I stuck with it.
Now, next week we have Spa. Is that a race that we can expect you to be at?
Yeah, I think I'm around for Spa, so I like that place a fair bit, so hopefully I can make it. If not, is what it is. That's life.
Yeah. Obviously, you got some cooler real motorsport thing than sim racing sometimes. So we do hope to see you next week. Hope to see some more success. See you on the top step again. And if you are there next week, good luck at Spa. You have a good night, Patrick.
Awesome. Appreciate it, guys. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. And that was our race winner and part-time driver, Patrick Ripley. Tom, you're muted. Just letting you know. We can't hear Tom, but that was a pretty wild race. There was action up and down the field. GTD AM, GTD Pro, LMP2 saw lots of issues. If we're being totally honest, but that's just how racing goes sometimes, and sometimes you just need some luck. So looking forward to Spa next week. I think that'll be another exciting one, another long track, another wide track. So it gives the faster class some opportunities to make their way around without it being too dangerous, but I think that we'll see plenty of excitement still. All right, Tom, did you have anything else to add? You're still muted if you did not know. All right, no. So again, thank you to AlienAwards.net sponsor. Roger Shank, we appreciate that very much. Lets us do these broadcasts. Lets us give some pretty cool trophies to the winners of these classes, and we will see you next week at Spa.